Welcome back to Steve Jackson's Sorcery, Blind Playthrough Part 11. That's ready. Okay, so we have a couple ways to go here. Right, I moved one of the towers to the right side over there. Oh yeah, and I took a whole bunch of damage last. By the way, it's been a while since the last one. Okay, let's check. Let's check this area to the west. You make your slow way across the fertile prairie, long grass brushing your boots. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. Nearby you hear the sounds of hammer on stone. Follow the sound. You approach the sound to find a group of workmen erecting a scaffold. They ignore your approach. As you approach the scaffold, you are stopped by a large Sven wearing a metal helmet. Stay back, the creature says. Big rocks high up. What are you building? You ask curiously. This seventh beacon. This one prevent collapsinatings in the Cloud Mountains. Also make weather nice. He turns to glance over his shoulder and shout incomprehensible insults at the group of worker Svens who are clambering about in the upper reaches of the frame. How does a beacon prevent avalanches? You ask. The Sven shrugs. Magic is magic, he answers. We know this high, this wide, this strong enough to hold Oliphant. The rest is the problem. He jerks a thumb in a eastward direction. Whose problem? He jerks his claw thumb eastward again, but seems reluctant to say any more than that. The scaffold sits in a deep pit in the ground, which is being used to hold foundations. Because I need to cross the mountains to the east. Yeah, let's say that. You tell him. The Sven shrugs. Use the bridge. We built for this. There's a crash from the site, and the Sven turns round and roars, stomping back towards the construction. Let's follow him. You follow him curiously and see that one of the bamboo supports has bent and buckled under the weight of two Sven, who are now clinging on like spire monkeys above the pit below. The Sven to whom you were talking is scratching his belly and trying to work out what to do. Okay, let's look around the site and see if there's anything we can do to help him. You take advantage of this distraction to walk around the site and poke into the materials that they have in their stores. It is mostly as you might expect: bamboo, hardwood for cutting, joists, and various hammers, chisels, and lathes. If there is to be stonework, that must be arriving later. Behind all this is a small box with a catch on the lid and a gourd of water. Okay, this is not what I meant to do. I was thinking I could help them out. Let's go back. Look around. Okay, move on. Oh, it rewound me quite a bit. Look for the speaker. Where are you? This I did last time. I messed up a bit, but what can I do? No need to stare, the head remarks, or stare all you like, but give me some water. What are you, do you demand? Part astounded and part disgusted by this creature. But the head only splits into a grin. Who do you think I am? He replies. I'm a thief. A thief? That's right, a good one. Till they spot me. It grins with pride. Stole one too many goats, it replies. Ishtara's a great place, but they don't take well to goat stealing. It gets their goats, as they say, gets their back right up. You're a criminal? You ask, surprised. I was, the head replies, but I'm reformed now. Now that it does much good, of course. Reformed? You ask? You have been punished then? Well, I didn't bury myself down here, did I? The head coughs. Listen, do you have any water, don't you? Give him some poison. Okay, I'll give him the potion. I've got something better, you tell him, removing the blueberry potion from your pack. Blueberry potion. The head opens in eyes wide in excitement, then throws back its upper jaw. Then it yelps wide open. Plus, go on. Pour in the potion. You unstopper the vial and pour the potion in. The head swallows, coughs, and splutters, but manages to get at least some of the liquid in. The wide smile across its features. Wonderful, it declares. You have no idea how wonderful. That'll keep me going. Oh, another day at least. Have you heard of the seven serpents? Okay, I want to know what you are. The head looks confused. I thought I told you, I'm a thief. But they caught me. The head smiles thinly. What do you know about this place? What, this place? It's a punishment field. I have no idea how many other unfortunates are here. You can't even see them, and they quickly learn to be quiet. Why are they quiet, you ask? Sound attracts animals, the head replies. Lynch bugs, Badu beetles, harpies, not like we can defend ourselves. The head's eye twitches as though itching. Scratch the head's forehead. You kneel down to scratch the head above its left eye. It lets out a gasp of approval, murmuring, "You have no idea how that feels, stranger." The head mumbles something, but keeps its lips closed. It clearly isn't going to speak any further. Dig up the head. "I'll get you out of there," you declare. The head jigs. "That would be a great idea," it agrees. "I'd be more grateful than you can imagine." Cast a spell. Sorry, no, I cast big, right? I believe that's what I cast last time. Grow in size. You blind the starlight into your shape around you. I think I actually cast like 6. So there were 6 of me. For a moment it seems nothing will happen, then surely you begin to grow to 3 times your normal size. Okay, dig up the head. With fingers this size of shovels, you tug away clods of the earth around the head, to discover it is in fact a man, buried up into his neck in the ground. As the spell fades, he clambers to his feet and dusts himself down. "Blessed Throff," he breathes. "I can hardly believe it." Turning to you, he lowers his eyes in solemn acknowledgment. "I am quite clear. I owe you my life. I will repay the debt any way I can, though I have little to offer." Gradually you shrink back down to normal size. He pats down his pockets. "I have nothing to offer you." "I acquire information," you tell him. He shrugs. "I've been buried in the ground for some time, but I'll tell you what. I'll go back to Karma and find out what I can. If we meet again, I'll give you the meat of it. Acceptable?" "Acceptable." He nods, "and so we are quits. Be well." Then, with a flamboyant wave, he takes off into the field at a run. After a few paces, he seems to trip on something, but quickly gets up, apologies to something you can't see, and is gone into the mist of the Bachlan. Okay, let's go back to west. Follow the sound. Rebuilding. Yes. Okay, follow him. Okay, I'll say help them. You step forward, intending to assist, then realizes you do not know what to do. The 2 creatures are some height up, and swaying violently back and forth. The leader is scratching his chin, clearly thinking hard. Cast a spell. You open your eyes to begin a spell, but the spin knocks your hands down on reflex. "None that," he scolds. "We engineers." With that, he goes over to the edge of the pit and collects 2 unused bamboo rods, and lays them down across the pit. He then gathers another 2, and you quickly realize he is building a support framework to allow the standard spins to climb down. Okay, now this is the same thing. Behind all this is a small metal box, with a catch on the lid and a gourd of water. I'll leave it. You leave the box where it is. Whatever it contains is presumably important to the builders. The rest of the materials on the site are uninteresting, except for a sharp-edged hewing axe. I don't think I want to take their stuff. With a rescue clearly in progress, there is little else to see. You move on, leaving the workers to their task. Okay. That did not seem needed. Okay. Let's check what this area is. To east up here. You carry on, tramping across the endless plain, and the land seems to die with every step. The afternoon is drawing on. Scored into the plain, here are deep, curving ruts. From a cart? Perhaps. Most likely not. They curve backwards and forwards, so unless the driver was blind drunk, or led by a maddened horse, such tracks would be impossible. Most likely they are tracks of a snake, but the size is hard to comprehend. Each groove in the land is large enough to stand in, up to the height of your hip. Let's follow them. You follow the curving tracks, backwards and forwards across the plain. They turn a little way southwards, but continue on towards the mountains. This might lead me to one of the serpents. That'd be great. The tracks give out as the ground underfoot turns from dust to broken rocks. At the foot of the eastern ridge, the path tracks the border of the Badubak Ridge. A shift in the wind brings the scent of a roasted meat from somewhere to the north. Move on. You must continue your journey, but you are weaker than you realized. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. Let's go forward. You shake the idea away. You cannot afford to waste time. You have no choice but to not stop, whatever the cost. Okay, let's go north. You pick your way carefully over the rocks to the edge of an old road. Nightfall falls and you are worn out. You need rest, especially after traveling all day without food. On and on you go, passing every now and again to scout out the land ahead. Then suddenly you stop. Something is moving over the next rise, approaching very fast. Wait and watch. You stop in the middle of the path and watch. As the shape approaches, it is a small two-legged creature about half your size, but it seems to be approaching at a remarkable rate. Hail it. Raising a hand, you hail the tiny creature. As it gets close, you see it is a small gnome-like creature, with dark skin and ugly features. Its little legs move at an incredible rate, and it helps itself along with a walking stick. Approach the creature? You approach the creature, who pauses to regard you. Silently you wonder to yourself if the creature is friend or foe. Have it whichever way you like, shouts the creature in a squeaky voice. Is it telepath? Indeed I am. Continues the creature, replying to a thought you did not even have time to formulate. The gnome smiles. You think very loud, like shouting in a thunderstorm. The remark doesn't make much sense. I'll be your friend, you suggest. Very good, the creature replies. Then it narrows its eyes. Now prove it. It holds out a grubby hand, expecting some kind of gift. Let's see what I have in my items. I'm not gonna give it weapons. Don't think it needs clues. The money. I want to keep my magical items. What about other stuff? I'll give it money. Give it a coin. You take out a gold piece and hand it to the creature, who throws it immediately to one side. Rubbishy metal, it scoffs. If I want metal, don't you think I can find my own? You pick the coin back up once more. Give it an item. You look into your pack for something you are willing to offer to the gnome. Let's see. I think I have multiple goblin's teeth. Yeah, let's give it a goblin teeth and let's hope it doesn't get upset by that. You hand over a goblin's tooth. The gnome shrugs, accepting your gift. Thank you, I suppose, it replies. As the creature speaks, its voice begins to shift and change, from the gruff croaking of the gnome to the softer tones of a middle-aged woman. I'll do you a favor of being honest about myself in return, the creature says. And before your eyes the gnome transforms into a tall woman dressed in long purple robes. Who are you? I am Dintainta, Dintainta of these steppes. Others call me Sham. She bows to you. The Sham? She shrugs. I don't like it, but that is what they call me. And who are you? I seek the crown of kings, you tell her boldly. Many have sought the crown, she replies darkly, but all who found it unleashed nothing but evil upon the world. These very wastes through which we walk are the crown's handiwork. I wish to restore the crown of Analand. Detainta frowns. Analand is weak enough to lose the crown once, she replies. Cannot afford to lose it again. What should I do, you ask? The Archmage cannot be allowed to rule. Perhaps this world has seen enough of the crowns, she says, or perhaps it simply needs a calmer head to wear it. And she stares at you, eyes sparkling, laughing, goading, seeing into the future. You cannot tell. Where can I find the 7 serpents, you ask? One's gone off to hide in the waters of Lake Iklala. It means to pick you off as you cross, but it will wait until you are alone. If you travel with the ferryman, you will most likely be safe. She shakes her head. If that's any help, I don't suppose it is. Do you know of the serpent's weaknesses? You intend to kill them? She replies, with a laugh. Many have had that intention, she replies. Very few know their weakness. Do you know them? The serpent's weaknesses are the most heavily guarded secrets of the whole of Mampain, she replies, dramatically, before smiling. Of course I know them, or at least I know 2. I would be grateful to hear them. I am certain you would, she replies. Know them, that the moon serpent cannot abide fire. Secondly, The serpent of fire can be doused with sand. Thank you. It is my privilege, she replies. Your journeys will be hard enough regardless. What kind of sorceress are you? You ask. A busy one, she snaps. Why do you waste my time with stupid questions? She turns to leave, begins to weave her spell around herself once more. Thank her. You nod and thanks. The Tainta becomes an ugly creature once more, and a moment later has whisked herself away across the plains, and is gone. Well, it marks it down. Cool. Okay. Let's go toward the village. Maybe I could spend some gold to rest up and get some food. The path winds up through the low foothills towards an open area in the mountains. As you approach the foothills, you see a wooden palisade, spiked trunks planted to form a fence with a single gate. From beyond comes the sound of crackling bonfire and merry music. It is a village. Look at the village. It seems to be a bustling, busy place. Presumably this village owns the fields and farmland through which you have been walking. Move on. You go in. Oh, you could go in, or skirt around it. Let's go in. Enter. You pause on the other side of the gate, one hand on your sword hilt, should anyone be foolish enough to spring a trap. But nothing untoward occurs. Look around. The village is a small collection of wooden huts, built into a basin with the mountains at its back. In the center of the is a roaring bonfire, surrounded by tables and benches. A few people sit here, drinking and talking in quiet voices. The village. The cloth covers a large hut, snaps in the wind, and for a moment you see lines of mattresses. The moon moves slowly across the sky like a lidless eye. Continue. Let's sleep. You enter the large hut filled with mattresses. It seems to be not an inn, but a communal sleeping place. A few people are asleep already. Okay, let's lie down. You choose a mattress and settle down. You lie still for a while with your eyes closed, listening to the murmuring conversations of other people in the hut. Amidst sundries about the village life, one in particular stands out, a young girl, murmuring to her friend. At least one of the tunnels is still open. Keep listening. Don't be fool, Maya, the other replies. Why would there be any tunnel? So the goblins come in? I'm telling you, I saw one. I went in. Another voice nearby hisses at them to be quiet. Ask them about the tunnels. You rise from your cot and find the one called Maya. My apologies for overhearing your conversation, you begin. These tunnels sound most interesting. The girl pals. Introduce myself. I should greet you properly, you continue. I am a traveler from a distant land. The girl's friend has rolled over and is pretending to have been asleep all the time. I don't know anything about tunnels, the girl mutters quickly. Please, leave me alone. Offer her money? I can pay you for information, you tell her. Her eyes grow round with fear. Who are you? What are you doing here? I am a sorcerer, you reveal, of great power. Are you working for the goblins? She is all but breathless with terror. Are you a goblin? Are you leading an invasion? No, I don't believe you, she replies. She gulps. Why are you asking about the tunnels? I need to cross the mountains. Then use the bridge, she answers firmly, like everyone else. Good night. You return to your cot, but your conversation has not gone unnoticed. Two adult villagers appear either side of your cot. Want to see the tunnels, do you? They ask. Can you show me? Certainly, this way. In a smooth movement, they grab you by the arms and drag you to your feet and out of the hut. One lifts a wooden club and then everything goes black. Oh, come on. You awake to find yourself in a no. In a dark place, a tunnel of some kind. Pitch dark. You are in pitch darkness. Whether it is night or day is impossible to tell. The air is freezing cold. Where is this? A prison? A trap? I don't think I have enough to cast a spell. Built for walls. You feel about until you find the tunnel wall. Feel across. Slick with damp and sharp edge, the rock wall seems to lead in two directions. Follow. You follow the rough stone wall, stumbling and tripping until you come to a blockage. Feel the stones. You feel your way across the stones, hoping to find a chink or hole, but there is nothing. How did you get here? Were you dropped down a hole, or is there a trapdoor somewhere? The sound of something groaning echoes down the tunnel length. Well, let's see what I can cast. You look upwards, hoping for starlight, but there is nothing. It seems you are too far underground for magic to reach you. You are on your own. Let's pray. Pray for healing? Okay. You look upwards, hoping for starlight, but there is nothing. It seems you are too far underground for magic to reach you. You are on your own. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to Gorilla. The other way. You trace the wall the other way. The passageway curves and bends. The going is difficult, but lots of near dead ends. Then finally a chink of moonlight appears. It is like water after a long thirst. You have found the tunnel mouth. Leave the tunnel. You hurry gratefully out of the tunnel into this soft, damp air. You are free. But where are you now? Outside. You emerge from the underground tunnel into a cold night air, to find yourself on the edge of a vast, deep marsh. From the position of the stars you can see you are on the other side of the Bak Ridge. There is only one way forwards, into the mud. Cross the marsh. The ground underfoot turns to slop until you are sinking a few fingers deep with every step. A thick smell of rot and decay fills the air. Look around. The marsh is endless, bleak and grey, filling the valley between the ridge and the horns of Ikalala like a filling a prisoner's bowl. Long grasses, not bowl. Grasses waft and shiver in a chill breeze. Things move in the water below. From somewhere close at hand you hear a crashing noise and a cry, but you can't see nothing. Wait. You wait to see if the noise comes closer, but it does not. You can't even place which direction it came from. Keep walking. You keep your pace, hoping the ground will grow firmer further on. Onwards. You wade on through the marsh, which changes to firmer earth beneath your feet. Trees grow up around you, and suddenly you find yourself in the forest once more. The cold night lingers on. The trees loom around you, twisted and old. There were forests in the Shamantanti hills, but nothing in comparison to this. The forest is ancient. The forest of Sonata is ancient, and it is a maze. There is no road through it, only twisted paths and dead ends. But who knows what secrets it may hide? The forest by the night is a terrifying place, full of strange noises and shifting shadows. You are certain something is following you, but when you turn, there is nothing there. Stop and look. You stop and turn about the spot. There is nothing but twisted trunks and thorny shrubs that color the gaps between. I think it would be kind of stupid of me to call out if something's hunting me down. Let's see what we can cast before I continue forward. Force Will. Fall? No, I don't think I need that. Cause invisibility. Oops. Sun. Sus. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. Which is bad. Okay, keep moving. You pick up your pace. If you walk for long enough, after all, the sun will rise. Okay. Well, I have to take a break here. Thank you for watching. I hope you've been enjoying it. I will continue on exploring this forest. I might get back on in a minute, but I got wait until the hiccups are gone. I don't want to be doing this the entire time. So, hope you've been enjoying this. Please leave a like and subscribe, leave a comment down below. And I'll see you later. Okay, I am back. Let us continue the exploration of the forest. So we got a clearing right there. Let's see, is there a tower anywhere to go toward? Oh, there's one right there. Okay, well, let's make my way south. You walk on between the trees. The sky is already beginning to warm in the east. Something prowls close at hand. Suddenly you catch a pair of eyes in a low bush. Look at the eyes. The eyes are narrow, with thin vertical pupils and orange irises. A moment later, another pair of eyes appear, followed slowly by a body. These creatures are becoming visible as you watch. Sonata cats. Take a look at them, which makes them visible. Keep walking or freeze. Let's look at them. They are about the size of large dogs, with ugly snub noses. Their black fur is trimmed with yellow flashes. One of the creatures steps out of the bushes to stand in front of you, then vanishes. Listen? You listen. Footsteps across the leaves and branches cannot be disguised. The cats are pacing towards you. Let's draw my sword. You draw your sword and set your stance. So long as they attack you one at a time, you may stand a chance. Let's attack heavy. The Sonata cat stares hard at you, then closes its eyes and vanishes. You take a risk and charge headlong. There is a snarl, and suddenly the Sonata cat is right in front of you. You turn swiftly to the side and cut the creature's thick skin. It twists and hisses at you. Okay, it's attack heavy again. Sweet. The Sonata cat rears back from nowhere and swipes you like a bear. You put your strength into a sweep of your blade, hoping to finish the monster in a stroke. Your strike connects. The Sonata cat turns on the spot, prowling the space between you. Gets block. The Sonata cat slashes at you with its curved claws. You react on instinct, dodging behind a tree for cover. You are shaken, but mostly unharmed. Okay, it's attack heavy. Blocked. Oh, if it blocks, it doesn't take damage. You turn your blade about for a vicious blow, but the Sonata cat does not reappear, and your blade finds only empty air. You sense the Sonata cat prowling. It is somewhere very close. You can almost feel it. Hot, wet breath. Okay, it's kind of a risk, but it's hit with 3.3. Oh, it hits me. I don't hit it at all. Setting your stance, you swing hard into where the creature's throat should be, but the Sonata cat appears from nowhere. Springing forward, you are knocked flying. You bring your hand up to staunch your wound. The Sonata cat licks its lips with glee. With a howl, the creature vanishes from sight once more. Block. Nothing happens. Nothing else happens. You wait, eyes fixed on empty air. Block again. You stay crouched on the defensive, and all is still. Okay, it's attacked with 5. Yes. I only did 1. The Sonata cat stands upright for a moment, towering over you, and bashes at you with its paws. You turn your blade about for a vicious attack, and the strike catches it deep. Okay, let's attack heavy. You pull all your power into a sweep of your blade. The strike sinks deep. Your sword plunges deep into the creature's throat. It drops to the ground, and those delicate, powerful eyes close. Continue. The other snag cat prowls closer, slowly circling around you. Fight the next. You pick the next closest creature and ready your attack. The remaining snag cat looks between each other, then closes their eyes and vanish from view. The leaves rustle as they disappear into the trees. Pry loose the dead cat's teeth. Working with the tip of your blade, you pry free the creature's front to incisor teeth. It's bloody work, and once done, the grass underfoot is sodden. Then there is nothing more to do. You walk away, wiping invisible blood from your blade. That would be difficult. Something massive looms between the trees south of here. You must keep going, but your exertions have left you weak. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. Okay, it's wait and rest. Gratefully, you seat yourself and enter the meditative state taught to you by your masters. A sensation of great peace enters your body. Hours pass. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon, and you have been awake all night, and are weaker for it. You stand once more. You have found one new clue. You have become weak. Reach the forest of Sonata. Enter the Vichdalami marsh. Enter the village of Karama and met Detanta of the slopes. Okay, let's see what the clue I just got was. I didn't think I would get any clues there. Okay, the serpent hides over there. The fire serpent is vulnerable to sand. The moon serpent is deadly afraid of fire. Oh, the cats are invisible when they close their eyes, okay. Okay. Let's continue south. You follow what might be a path and might be an old river. Through the trees of the forest, the moaning winds finger at your pack and sword. You are standing in the shadow of some colossal stone structure that rises up from the trees and disappears into the clouds. You must continue your long walk, but the road seems terribly very long. Perhaps you should simply rest here for a few hours and regain some strength. Let's move on. You dismiss the thought. You will find better place to rest than this. You must keep on. Cool. Things rustle in the branches all around. As the sun climbs towards the zenith, the wind picks up. You emerge into something of a clearing with a stone pillar at its heart. Not a tower, but one leg of an enormous arch. Who could have built such an incredible thing? And how long ago was it done? Beneath the bridge. The trees are thinner, replaced by climbing weeds and shrubs that grow in and around the broken stone of the bridge. You make your way to a point where the path splits. Look up at the arch. You crane your neck back to look at the stone pillar. It is made of bricks, each one a normal size, but thousands upon thousands in number. They climb into the air in a stack no wider than the tree, but 3 times taller than the tallest in the forest. Look higher. Then, almost beyond what you can see, the stones begin to form a curve, branching into a beginning of an arch. But the rest of the arch has crumbled into ruin, and this single leg is all that remains. Move on. The pillar might be remarkable, otherwise several paths lead into the trees. So I can go back, climb the pillar. Let's see. I don't think climbing the pillar is going to do much. Okay, let's head south again. You head away from the bridge and into the forest. The path winds tortuously through the forest. It is very warm now. You begin to sweat under your pack. The smell of rotting leaf mulch fills your nostrils. You catch a glimpse of a bright red snake through the trees. It seems to be watching you. Maybe it's one of those serpents? Let's approach it. You approach the snake, but it slips between the trees. Oh, there's one of those compasses right here. Not compasses, telescopes. Don't know, I said compass. Okay, let's go east. You walk on between the trees. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air sticky. The forest path curves past the shore of the deep, flat pool. Forage for food? You take a moment to forage through the nearby bushes for edible-looking plants. You find a couple of mushrooms and a handful of nuts. Well, let's take the nuts. You put the nuts into your pack. They should serve for a meal. Let's leave the mushrooms. You leave the mushrooms untested, knowing better than to trust strange fungus. Okay, let's look across the water. The water extends away to the southeast, towards the dark shadows of the next range of mountains. It is not quite a lake, but large for a pool, and who knows how deep it is. On the far side, you see another stone tower. Okay, let's test the water. The water must be freezing cold, but if you had to swim, you could probably survive it. Let's see what I can cast here before I swim. Okay, create a shield. Does that take any... That takes 1 stamina. Don't have that. Nah, I don't have that either. Okay. Let's just swim across the pool. Oh, I lost my rations. Dang. Oh, good point. Look at the character. The swimming. Rewind. Forage for food. Still only gonna take the nuts. Okay, let's eat. Because I can't just eat them without resting. Good. 2 more health points.
Why would water hurt that?
Yeah, I don't get that. Okay, look across the water. Test the water. Swim across the pool. You stride down the edge of the water, take a deep breath, and dive in. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected. Well, let's see if it got rid of magical items. They all seem to be there. All that stuff would be destroyed, like the dust and the sand would turn into like mud or something. Okay, swim across. But the nuts would probably be safe in the water. Oh. You swim across the water and pull yourself up on the other shore. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Nestled in the curve of the eastern cliffs is a stone tower. It is heavily overgrown with thorny branches, and its base is almost obscured by shrubs and tangled weeds. Okay, let's cut through the branches. You heft your broadsword and cleave quickly through the branches that surround the base of the tower. The going is hard, and by the time you cleared a path to the door, you have blunted the edge of your blade. Okay. Look up the tower. Looking up the tower, it looks similar to the others you've seen, built from the same giant-sized blocks of stone. The only difference are the tree branches that spill through the cracks in the mortar, and the leaf canopy that erupts from the top. Make a move. Something seems to rustle and move just inside the tower door. Enter the tower. You step up to the tower door and step into the shadows inside, to be met by a soft, damp smell. The tower. You step into the dark interior of the tower. Shadows loom from all sides, and though you see nothing, there is a sense that something dominates this place. Let's wait for my eyes to adjust. You hold back, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly details filter in. You are standing at the base of the gigantic tree. By the girth, it must be at least 500 years old. A wooden staircase winds around the trunk and disappears into the canopy. Let's look at the tree. The tree is wider than your outstretched arms and has thick branches and leaves despite the dark. Somewhere up above, you spy a metallic glint. Make a move. Time to explore. Climb up. You climb the spiraling wooden stairs, picking your way through and over branches. Someone has carved something into the bark of the tree. Let's look at the carving. You regard the carving with some interest. It is a triangle formed from 3 stars. A spell. Using your spellbook as a reference, you match the stars in the carving to those you know until you have the spell memorized. This is the SSS spell, though from what you can make out of its alignment, it would need a focus to work. A ring, most likely, with a curious coiled fashion, snake-like. The spell has been recorded into your spellbook. The staircase passes through split in the trunk before it reaches the top. Do I have this in my book? It's probably all the way at the ending here. Okay. The top. You emerge onto a walkway built in a ring that allows the tree to grow through. Resting in its branches is a brass contraption, much like those you have already seen. Its gears and bearing carefully enmeshed between the limbs of the tree. As the leaves gust back and forth, something else brass glints from within. Activate the beacon. You push aside the branches to reach the blue crystal at the base of the beacon, and the beam of light blossoms into life. Just a beam. Let's see here. So I can make the bridge back, or I could go like this. Oops. Can't see what I was doing. Okay, if I just move it more to this direction, I can get whatever this thing is, and that I might still be able to get whatever that well thing is. Okay, adjust the beam. Okay, let's see what that does. There's nothing there. Okay, it's just again, a little more to the left. Okay, let's see if that got it. Okay, that doesn't seem to have done anything. Let's do it again toward the tower over here. There's a village there if I don't do that. Hello. How you doing? Oh, maybe I could do this. What would this do? I could just do this here and teleport later. Okay, let's climb it down. You wind your way down the steps once more. You make your way quickly down the wooden walkway and back outside the tower. The door to the tower stands open. There is only one way back, across the pool to the northwest. The trees southwest are too thick to push through. Okay, let's cross over. You splash through the water, but after a while it seems to dry up, leaving only dry rock. You make your way easily to the other side. In all directions the forest has been replaced by marsh, except for here, a small, bald plain of rock, a little way to the southeast. At least the stone tower still rises, though it is dwarfed by the violet mountains behind. Okay, let's go west. Darkness closes in. You should find a suitable spot to sleep. Suddenly you hear a loud shouting and splashing from a group of reeds close at hand. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Okay, let's stand my ground. You stand your ground as the voice approaches. You soon recognize them as marsh goblins. They enter the clearing, panting hard as though running from something. I can greet them? Let's see what happens. You step forwards to greet the goblins. Greetings, I mean you no harm. The goblins stare at you, then at one another. It is clear they do not understand you. The goblins are arguing amongst themselves. One begins to push another hard in the shoulder. Where are you running from? You continue. One goblin yabbers to another, perhaps asking a question. The argument continues. A taller goblin, a leader perhaps, strides over and knocks down the angry goblin. I don't think I can cast the understanding of creatures. Oh, maybe I can. That might not take anything but stamina. Nap? No, don't need to make him fall asleep. Got speed. Nif? No. Creates explosions. No, I don't want to use my pebble. Or that. Trying to not use all my items. Summon a goblin? I might do that if I don't find something better. Don't suppose I'll have that. Okay, let's cast a goblin. Cast a spell. I will still have one of the goblin teeth. You pull a goblin tooth from your pack and throw it onto the ground. Casting your spell across it, the tooth erupts into a column of smoke, and a moment later, a goblin warrior is standing in front of you. Ask the goblin to translate. Can you speak Marsh, goblin? You demand of your creation, and it nods, then turns to introduce itself to the other goblins, who are looking startled by the newcomer's sudden appearance. The marsh goblins grumble something. Your goblin turns back to you. They say they would like you to not blow them up with a fireball, it reports. Who is this creature? The first goblin says through your translator. I am a traveler, you reply. The goblin repeats the message, and the marsh goblin listens warily. We do not have time for this, the second goblin says. We must escape. What are you running from? You ask by your goblin mouthpiece. We are being chased by a terrible serpent. One replies. It does not seem to matter how fast we run. However, it is always ahead of us. It is like it knows what we are doing at each other. You must stand and fight! The goblins glance at another, and then shakes their head. You haven't seen it, the first replies. It's a very big serpent. Clearly this is one of the 7 serpents from which they run. Which serpent is this, you ask? The goblin does not appear to understand the question. Which? One like this is bad enough. It seems to know our every movement, before we know it ourselves. It has been coming for us since we encountered the sorceress Bria, one says, waving a sheet of parchment. She told us this parchment would save us, but we have been persecuted. The serpent is clearly scared of it. Whatever it is, the second goblin agrees. Give me that parchment, you command. I will save you from the serpent to be rid of it. The goblin looks from one to the other uncertainly. The parchment is our only hope, the goblin says. I am a sorcerer, I will read it for you. The goblin looks from one another, and then nods. It is worth trying, one says. They hand over the parchment to your goblin, who hands it to you. Then the others step back, as though expecting the ground to open up underneath you. Of course, nothing happens. Read the parchment. You unroll the paper and look it over. Unfortunately, it is written in a language you can't understand. Thank them? You thank them, and they shrug. It will do you a little good, stranger. Looks like a spell. It's got a sword and a heart. Leave them. You nod to the goblins, thankful for their help. We must hurry, one says, and gesture to the group. They select a path through the marsh and begin to move away. Your goblin translator turns to you, bows and evaporates in a puff of smoke. Let them go. You stand aside, and the goblins hurry away through the marsh. They move with the speed of rats. Though peering into the distant fog, you can't see what it is they are afraid of. So we don't know which serpent they were running from, but the serpent is around here somewhere. It would be nice to find and defeat it. The marshland dries up into thick forest once again. You are back amongst the trees of Sonata. Underfoot, the earth has been turned to mud, and you notice the branches either side of this route are broken. Look at the branches. You check the stem of one of the broken branches. It has not been cut with a blade, but rather it has been torn apart, as though by something stampeding through. Look at the mud. Uh-oh. Oops. You pause to check the mud. Sure enough, you quickly find a sign, a paw print. At least twice the size of your palm. Suddenly, there is a crackling in the bushes to your right, and you turn to see the towering shape of a wild bear. Well, let's draw my sword. You draw your sword and approach the rearing creature. Let's attack with all I have. 4 damage, sweet. The bear draws itself up to its full height, almost double yours, and opens its paws wide. Killing it quickly will be your best chance. You swing your sword in a mighty arc. At the last moment, the wild bear charges. You drop and chop for its legs, cutting them out from underneath its body. It squeals and snuffles standing up onto its hind legs. Let's attack again. Oh, it hit me. For 3 for that one attack? The wild bear whips out with its savage claws, and you all but drop your sword. If you had, it would have meant certain death. It rears back, claws raised. Oh, you almost dropped your sword. Okay. Warily, you move into a defensive crouch. The bear growls and grunts at you. Around you, it stumbles away, tail whipped high. You remain hidden. The wild bear paces the clearing. It edges toward the tree line, tail up. It's back heavy again. Ah, I still only did one. You risk an attack, rushing forward. You charge at the wild bear, but it has read your intention and drops into a crouch. The bear emits a terrible, painful roar. It growls and grunts, rearing up, showing its full height. Block. You can almost smell the creature growling in rage, and duck quickly behind a tree. Emitting a thunderous roar, the wild bear thumps forward. Unleashing for a moment, it is close enough that you can smell its terrible breath. You retch. It shuffles back. You stay low. The wild bear snarls and paces the ground. It hisses and splits, standing up, towering over you. Oh, that sounds like an attack. Yes! The smell is getting worse. Splashing through the mud, you race into the wild bear. Then your sword finds a soft place in its bear's body. It roars and tumbles to the ground. Quite dead. Continue. Rough going. Okay. You sheath your sword and dust yourself down. A bear, however large, is enough to stop you in your tracks. We don't get to harvest the berry? Okay. You trace what might be a path, and might be an old river. Through the trees of the forest, the stars turn in the sky overhead. In the darkness, you can see nothing through the curling branches. Let's actually see if I can do this. Okay, let's pray. Get the extra health. I should have been doing this entire playthrough. It's like a Estus, but like one time every once in a while. Things move in the canopy all around you. The dead of night is still and cold. You have reached the edge of the forest. Through the trees you can see the level steeps extending into the night. Now might be a good time to rest before you go much further. Rest here. Laying your pack down by the roots of the tree, you try to sell despite the cold. At least you have eaten once already today, so do not need to eat again to avoid hunger. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You wake suddenly. There is a flapping of dark wings from overhead. A giant bat is circling above you. Fight. Okay, it's hit for 5. Oh, it attacked for more. I'm gonna have to reset this just because it attacked me a little more than I was expecting it could. The bat's great wings buffet about your face. You slash out and at the creature, hoping to cut off its wings. As the bat comes for you with claws and gnashed teeth, blood is trickling down your arm. The giant bat flaps its wings, threateningly, clearly trying to frighten you. Okay, it's attack heavy. You wait for the creature's wide wings to open, and then you strike. You cleave the air with your sword. The giant bat tries to cover itself, but it is too slow. You cut a slip from its wings. Block. Take one. You drop into a crouch. The giant bat screams through the air, but you repel it with your blade. You escape mostly unscathed. It drops to the ground, wings folded. Okay, its attack with this much. Okay, so it defending doesn't take any damage. An opening appears, pushing off to the tree behind. You thrust forward, but the giant bat closes its tough wings. You do not harm it. You fall back. The giant bat tries to slice you with its wings, but you duck. You breathe a sigh of relief. You stay low. The giant bat dives downwards, but you dodge quickly behind a tree. It stays close to the forest floor. Its attack small. It's not cool. Being able to block and not take anything. Kinda rough. Suddenly you dive forward. You cut a side blow, but the giant bat reacts, shielding itself. It escapes your blow. It ruffles its sleek, leathery wings intimidatingly. Attack heavy. It did only that. Another chance follows. You bring your blade in heavily. The giant bat attempts to dodge behind a tree, but can't move fast enough. It flares upwards. Block. You drop into a crouch. The giant bat screams toward you, but you knock it aside with your sword. It flares to the earth. Block. It stays near the ground. The creature's eyes glow a fierce, maddening red. Oh, that was my time to attack. You keep your guard. The giant bat comes at you fiercely, but you push the blow away. You ready yourself for the next wave. Okay, hit heavy. Okay, let's try that again. You wait for the creature's wide wings to open, and then you strike. You cleave the air with your sword. The bat falls onto the ground, and the light in its eyes goes dark. Okay, let's attack all the way this time. Only one. Okay, it's going to attack heavy. Okay, let's block. 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 Flash to the earth. Okay. Okay, let's attack all the way. It's not fair. Block. You breathe a sigh of relief. Block. It's the same. This is just as bad as before. Saying. Okay. Try again. Okay, let's attack with this much. Yes. That's more what I'm talking about. That was what I was thinking for when I saved life. It's by hitting it big. Okay, let's attack with the 2. Oh, that was close. Another chance follows. You cut a slide blow, catching the bat wide open. It's clearly trying to fight me, so it's probably gonna block. Oh, it didn't block. Okay. Let's hit heavy. There we go. I'll keep that. That's so much better. The creature falls from the sky, dead. You gain considerable stamina, plus 13, damaged your broadsword, and found no new clues. You wake with your head on a tree root, and the smell of fresh dew in your nostrils. Okay, let's move. Time to choose a direction. Let's continue south. You head out across the steeps. The sky is blue and pink. In front of you stretches another plain, more rock than dust this time, and built of layers and layers of stone stacked like shattered papers. These are Kalatabak steeps, or steps. Might be saying it wrong.
Stuff.
Okay, I've been saying it wrong. It's steps, not steeps. Said to be the home of strange half-human, half-Samian creatures. As you walk, you see a strange sight, a village of listing huts in the middle of the open space, with no walls or defense at all. Ugly villagers lope from tent to tent, dressed in animal skins. Look at the village. The men and women are strong and lanky, dressed in animal skins. By the gate are two creatures stand with hefty wooden clubs. Kalata men. Let's see, what can I cast here? Maybe I can read their minds or something? I don't think I can read their minds, I don't have that. Scare them away with Bag, maybe? Don't have invisibility. Don't have giant tooth this time. No. How? Find safe passage, let's do that. You weave the enchantments and a calm voice begins to speak to you. The voice tells you that these people are mostly harmless, though one among their number is far more clever than one might expect. With that, the spell fades. Well, it's good to know. Most of the villagers I've met in this zone have been mean. A path leads into the village, or you could skirt past. Okay, let's go into the village. You approach the guards. They look at you with expressions you cannot read. Greet them? You nod a greeting. One of the Kolata men nods in reply and holds out his hand. The other Kolata man holds up two fingers. Give them something? You open up your pack to consider what these guards might want. Give them 2 gold pieces? He enters 2 gold pieces. The Kolata man nearest you seems to love the shinies and takes the coins. The other stands aside to let you pass. They do not speak. Okay. In the village. You step into the center of the village. Let's go to the one nearest the fire, by the fire. Oh, I've gone near the fire. Never mind. You head over to the fire pit, but it is unlit during the day and there is no one here. You look around the village once more. The large hut. One hut is much larger much larger than the others. Above its door is a sign, depicting a picture of an awl and a hammer. It is amazing anyone here can draw, let alone perform crafts. From inside you can hear the sound of hammering. Enter. You push open the door and go inside. Inside the workshop. The Claw man looks up as you enter. He puts down the shiny hammer and pincers he has been using to repair a piece of fine jewelry, and tilts his head to regard you. Greet him. You greet him with a nod. He seems to understand this, and nods in reply. Examine his workbench. You step forward and look over his workbench, and he gestures with an open palm to let you look. He has a variety of fine tools, pincers, awls, spikes, and scratching and etching, even a vice. He is clearly a master craftsman, despite his species. When you are finished, he steps forward to you, gesturing for your pack. Show him my pack? You hold out your pack to him. He begins to rummage through, investigating everything with long, supple hands, and occasionally passing to scratch his bulging skull as though his brain is itching at the sight of a gear. Then he hands it back with a nod and begins to rummage on his bench. Wait. You wait, and after a few minutes he produces a circular dial with a spinning needle, which he presses into your hand. It's a compass. Thank him. You try to thank him, but he just shrugs, not understanding your words or, it seems, your intent. He returns to his work, losing all interest in you. Ask him what he is doing, but he ignores the sound coming from your mouth, as if they were just the banging and ringing of his tools. It seems like he is carving jewelry from colored stones. They do not seem to be precious or even beautiful, but the weird, twisted shapes he is carving are complex, intricate, and remarkably precise. Okay, leave him be. This is clearly some kind of Kolataman master smith. You leave him to his work. Okay, well, let's slip away. The village has no walls. You slip between two huts and back onto the plains. There we go. So can I use the compass to help me out in any way? I just had an idea. Maybe I could give the message to them. Oh, I will just go forward. For now, let's check out what this thing is. You march onwards, ascending and descending as the ground breaks and changes levels. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. A small patch of flowers grows here just by a small rock. Look at the flowers. Small black blooms. I remember these are not good. Somebody mentioned them in like the first zone, I believe, and said to avoid them. So walk on. You continue on your way. You must reach Ikalala and the road to the lower Zaman. Every passing day brings danger. Okay, let's go west and check whatever this thing is. You walk on, climbing slightly across the dusty steppes. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. In the middle of the steps you come across a strange sight, a wooden pole, as high as a tree, with nothing around it. It has no knots, handles, or holds of any kind. Nothing except a level platform right at the top. Clumps of bright yellow moss, like the one you saw earlier, grow around the base of the pole. Must gather a handful of moss. You gather a handful of moss. It is much like the last bunch you did not dare to taste. It's a bad idea. It should. Feeling bolder, you put the clump of moss into your mouth and chew. Thick yellow juices run down your chin. Swallowing the thick clump is hard, but almost as soon as you do, you feel a great warmth spreading up from your stomach. Whatever the moss is, it seems to be most beneficial. Look around. You stop and look around, but can't make much out across the contours of the plain. You might be able to see more from the top of the pole, of course. From somewhere nearby, you hear singing. Listen. You concentrate and listen. There is definitely a voice singing, somewhere close at hand. But there is no way anywhere in sight. The pole is set into a slight rise in the ground, and you can see in all directions. An invisible person by chance? Perhaps. Call out, "Who's there?" you demand, turning on the spot as you speak. "Show yourself!" A moment later, a shaggy face appears over the edge of the platform cliff. "Who's that?" it demands, crabbily. "Can't you 'ear I was doin' the singing?" I'll apologize. The man shrugs. "For what? Nice to have some company, even if it does get in the way." He scratches his beard. A second or so later, a few lice shell husks rainin' down on you. "What are you doing up there?" "The singin'," he answers. "It sees you're dumb as well as deaf. Deaf and dumb, there's a pair." To demonstrate this, he raises both hands and waves them. Climb up. You put your arms around the pole in an attempt to clamber your way up to him, but the pole is quite sheer, the wood planted and all knots removed. Climbing it appears to be impossible. "What can you see?" you ask. "The future and the past as one," the mystic calls back to you, glancing from one waving hand to the other. "Joinin' and separatin', and ghosts walkin' back and forth. None of us are quite when we believe ourselves to be." "I've experienced this myself." "Shut your face hole," the man replies fiercely. "I don't sit up this pole to learn what you mullers can learn. Crawl around the ground with your full fat bellies. I would like to learn from you," you continue. The man does not reply, but leans away. However, a moment later a hand appears over the side of the platform, and something falls to the earth. It is a medallion. "Is that for me? You're a sorcerer, aren't you? Come up." There is a pause. "I hope you're a sorcerer," he adds. "Otherwise I can't get down again." "Take it." You take hold of the medallion. Nothing in particular happens. "Come on, then," the man says, gesturing at you, then disappears from view. Dust funnel across the empty plain. Look at the medallion. You turn the medallion over in your hands. It is a jeweled, studded, and set on a loose chain. Perhaps it's worth something. Cast a spell. I think this is gonna be able to teleport. Is that possible? No, I don't think it's gonna be that one. No. Counter's hot. Huff? What's this one? Big? I could do that, but I was hoping this medallion would help me. Let's look at my pouch. Jewels studded medallion. Well, let's see if it's... Oh, I might consume it. Let's cast big. I don't want to consume something. I don't need to. Maybe you'll tell me what the jewel is. This might be a waste of stamina, but... Oh well. Consulting and the constellations above, you bind the spell quickly, swelling to 8 of a tree, but the extra height is still not enough to reach the man on the platform. To the north, mist rolls across the edge of the forest. Okay, that was a waste. If I rewind, I will have to redo all of that. I don't know my choices. Well, let's do this. Create light. You try to bind the enchantment, but you are missing an item that needs it. And so the spell dissipates around you. Maybe I'm missing what this does. Or Zen, that's it. Hover in the air. Cool. You wind the stars in order around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up in the air. You are now floating off the ground. Suddenly, from out of the forest, a gigantic wind creature swoops toward the wind pole. Talon feet outstretched, it screams as it approaches. Cast a spell. You spread your arms for another spell, but you are nothing like fast enough. The winged creature snatches the man from the high platform and begins to beat its way back north. The man singing turns to a single long scream, and they are both lost in distance. Cast a spell. Maybe it can stop them. Let's try again. Float to the top of the pillar. You float to the top of the pillar. Top of the pole. There's nothing on the platform apart from a few stray pots of blood where the winged creature's talons puncture the man's side. I want to save him. Okay, gather 2. Okay, let's try and make sure I get all the right options that I did earlier. Well, let's look at the medallion and then cast a spell. Maybe I wasted too much time, and that's why that happened. Float to the top of the pillar. You float to the top of the pillar. Okay. The man shuffles, so that is all that happened. It was because I took too long, I guess. The man shuffles aside to allow you to bob down, while taking back the jeweled medallion. So you're a sorcerer then, he declares. I thought so. I am. And an adequate one at that, he adds. He gestures around with the platform. Welcome to my little eyrie. Do you know of the 7 serpents? He demands. He nods. I see much from here. I know of the winged beasts, and their quest to devour you, grinding your bones to dust, and then spit that dust into a cup of the king of Analand. Where can I find the serpents? They are looking for you, Analander. Each is waiting for you. Some are hiding, some are not. One waits for you in the very depths of Lake Ikalala. He means to pick you up off where you are at your weakest. How can I find him? This is the one I already know. How can I find him? He shakes his head. If you must encounter him, I fear the only way would be to swim until he senses your tiredness. But that is the most foolish, of course. Then he pauses to scratch underneath his loincloth. So, he asks, do you like it up here? The view is superb. He shrugs. I do not see how a view can be superb. It's only looking, after all. As he speaks, you feel a weight gather about your shoulders as you settle down onto the platform. The spell has worn off. But why are you on this pole, you ask? High from the world I can see diagonally downwards onto the world, he replies. I can see through the layers of the curse that affect this land. The whole place is unravelled like a poorly woven shoe. He demonstrates with his hand, balling them one over the other. After a moment he says, more simply, from here I can see. Can you tell me the serpent's weaknesses? He shakes his head. There are most secret, but some I think can be guessed at. The water serpent is destroyed by oil. From the forest to the north, the trees seem to part, and a gigantic bird lifts into view. Its talons gleam in the sunlight. Wait and watch. You watch with horror as the bird swoops low. The priest screams, and then a moment later he is gone, and the bird is flapping gently away. You're alone.
The bird ate your food giver?
Yeah, he did it again. I was trying to save him, so I rewound it, and then he still got grabbed again. There is nothing on the platform apart from a few stray pots of blood from where the winged creature tongue punctured the man inside, and the jeweled medallion. Guess I take the medallion. You take the medallion and sling it around your neck. If you are not mistaken, this probably explains how you got up the pole in the first place. Okay, well I guess I'd leave it at that. That's 2 times he got taken. I don't know if he can be saved. Although I didn't try very hard. You wind the stars into order around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Return to the ground. You float over the edge of the platform and lower yourself gently back down to the ground. Looking up once more, the top of the pole seems dizzyingly far away. You clutch your medallion with pride. You have one new clue, and another clue has been updated. Yeah, I already had that one. You're back at the base of the pole. Okay, move on. You leave the pole behind and strike out across the steps. Okay, your plan is just to continue south. Yeah. You keep moving, the ground dropping a little, your weight returns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. The mid-afternoon heat fills the landscape. The featureless landscape offers little to attract your interest, but in the far distance you can make out the edge of a great forest. With luck, you will reach its shelter before nightfall. A chill wind sweeps across your path, making you shiver. Find shelter? If there is a storm coming, it would be wise to find some kind of shelter before it breaks. As the rumbling grows in the air around you, you spy a suitable crevice in the rock. We should head for. You pelt for the rock overhanging and squeeze inside, drawing up your cloak as a cover. But though the sky darken, no rain falls. Instead, the wind picks up, changing into a swirling gale as though trying to swoop you from your hiding spot. Pray for aid? You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. There is only so much a gorilla can do against such an infernal storm, and cling onto your belongings as stones go flying. Some strike you, but perhaps not as many as might have. Wait it out. There is else to be done. You sit shivering and bleeding and wait until the storm passes. When it finally does, a silence rings in your ears, almost as deafening. Stand. You get back to your feet. The steps are smooth and featureless once more, swept clean. You start walking once more. Then the toe of your boot catches something on the ground. Look down. You look down to see a long, deep scratch in the smooth rock of the step. It runs northeast to southwest for about 4 strides, and near one end you see another scratch leading away from the slant to the first. Follow the scratches? Maybe it's just one of the serpents. You trace the scratches further, finding they make a V shape. Across the middle, a third horizontal scratch joins the two. These symbols were definitely not here before. The rock is scorched here, where it has been struck by lightning, perhaps. Keep looking. You cannot stop now. You pace around the rock until you find another stroke in the dust to the left of the V, a single vertical bar. Look further left. Stepping left, you find another vertical scratch. Up until now, you could still almost believe there were fissures in the rock caused by crackling ice, but you would find next dispels that notion. Besides, the vertical slash is a short diagonal, and above it is a sweeping semicircle curve. The arc is too perfect, too carefully drawn to be natural. It has been scratched deep into the stone by a powerful claw. Look around more. You search the rest of the flat expanse of the stone, but find nothing more. Whatever carved this strange pattern left no more clues. Could it really have been a storm? Step around the carving? You step around the carving to the other side and regarding it from the other direction. Suddenly, the scratches resolve into meaning. They are letters, and you were looking at them from the wrong side, and they spell out the three-letter word, air. Was the message left by the storm that crossed the rock, or was the storm the air serpent itself? Move on. There is nothing more to be discovered here. You raise your eyes once more to the steps and your journey. South. You fall into a steady pace as you walk, ascending and descending. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. The ruin. Let's go here. You march onwards, climbing slightly. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. It will be night soon. Something is visible in the distance to the south, perhaps man-made or perhaps a freak of nature carved from the rocks, but it resembles a low stone building. The temple? You go closer until you can see more clearly that the structure is, or what was, a ruined building standing on a stone plinth, its columns cracked and broken. And the elaborate carvings on the pillars suggest it was once a temple of some kind. Plinth. You climb up onto the plinth on which the structure stands. It appears quite enough, though whether it is structurally sound or not is another matter. Make a move. One of the pillars of the temple seems to take a step sideways, or was that your imagination? Go inside. You step inside the temple. The floor space is quite empty, but the walls are decorated with long lines of strange hieroglyphs. You can't read them, but may be able to decipher them if you look more closely. A little dust trickles down from the temple roof. Read the hieroglyphs? The hieroglyphs are not exactly like any language you have seen before, but they are similar to others you know. You spell out the first few words. This temple built by priest Yadu in honor Throth, goddess of earth. Read more. Those not of faith are forbidden and must not speak the name Throth. You stop suddenly. There is a deep rumbling in the ground below your feet. Cast a spell until you can't cast the floating. Wall. Create an invisible wall. Don't want to get to cast that one. Maybe beg for his mercy? Throff, you call out, spare me! At the third use of the goddess's name, something happens. The rumblings subside, and a woman in leather armor steps out of a carving in the wall. Mortal, she declares, you speak my name thrice in my temple. Do you wish to follow me? Yes? Sweet, now she's my spirit. She nods and reaches out a hand to your forehead. She touches it. Her touch is cool, but not cold, like wet earth after heavy rain. Wordlessly, the gorilla moves away from you. Then you feel power and warmth of Throff entering your mind. Go in peace, follower, she declares, and she reaches up to hold the temple roof in place, to allow you to leave. One of the pillars makes a strange creaking sound. Step outside. You step outside onto the plinth of the ancient temple. Make a move. The rat scurries across your foot and is gone. Let's go over, circle the walls. You walk around the back of the structure. The east side is no better repair. Wind blows through the holes in the walls. In one corner you notice a strange, almost rectangular impression in the dust. From across the distant steps you hear a sound like a keening, echoing cry. Look at the rectangular impression. Kneeling to the old stone, you brush the dust away from the rectangular impression with careful fingertips. There is definitely something here. Sent into the old stone. A trapdoor. Open the trapdoor. You grasp the handle of the ancient trapdoor and give it a good heave. The hingles squeal and cry, but the trapdoor opens, revealing a few steps downwards and a disgusting smell. And you hear something down there, moving around. One of the options is clear, not clear. Close the trapdoor. Peer down. You peer down into the darkness below. Two eyes are staring back, and you can hear ragged, rasping breathing. Call down. Who's there, you call? There is no reply but aroused chains. Climb down. Drawing your broadsword ready, you step into the darkness below. Through the trapdoor. Your vision goes blank from darkness. You can definitely hear someone or something breathing close at hand. The smell is almost unbearable. Wait for my eyes to clear. You pause at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly, details filter. You stand in a tiny chamber built into the foundation of the temple, clearly some kind of prison. Chained to the far wall is a skinny, half-naked man with a wild, long beard. I don't believe it, he gasps. A human! Oh, my eyes! A human! He races toward you, but is pulled up short by a chain around his ankle. Who chained you up? You ask. It was Clatamen. Damn Clatamen, he curses. They ransacked the temple, took everything of value, and chained me up here. The man claws for you once more, his eyes wide, his mouth almost drooling with excitement. Who are you? He demands. My name is... He scoots his eyes to think. Shala! My name is Shala. I'm the priest of Throff here. Okay, let's smash the chain. You approach and bring your sword down on the ancient rusted chain, and it shatters in an instant. The man leaps forward with gratitude, wrapping his arms around you in a bear hug. Thank you, stranger. It's wonderful to be free. He dashes away up the steps into the sunlight, and you hear him gamboling around. Follow him? You climb the stairs to join him. The old man is sitting cross-legged outside his temple, smiling. It's wonderful, he declares. I thought I would never again see the daylight. How can I repay you? Answer some questions, he suggests. I am a traveler across the Balkans and need guidance. Ask him about the serpents. Do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask? I have heard rumor of them, he replies. They are formidable. Where can I find them? You ask. The man shrugs. I've been locked in a cellar for several weeks, he replies. By Throff. How would I know where they are? Do you know of their weaknesses? I know 2 things. The serpent of earth must stay in touch with the ground, and the goddess Throff is the mortal enemy of the earth serpent, and can help you defeat them. Ask him about the towers. There's these strange towers in the landscape, you remark. Where are they? Very old, he nods. Built by the ancients themselves. What they are for I do not know, but I have heard it said that the towers hold the land together. The priest smiles and hops to his feet. Please, I must return to my duties. I have rested long enough. He goes inside and sits down to meditate. Suddenly, without warning, one of the pillars holding up the broken roof of the temple shears. The whole structure is sliding down on top of you. The old man yells somewhere close by, but you cannot get to him now. Pray. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to Throff. The temple collapses around you. Enormous stone blocks burying themselves into the ground left and right, but none fall on you, and when the dust clears you are still in one piece. There you are, the old man declares with a sigh. It seems he has escaped miraculously unscathed. I am glad you got free, anyway. He seems remarkably cheerful, considering. What will you do now, old man, you ask? He shrugs. I'm going to go and drink gripweed wine and gamble, he replies gleefully. If the temple's gone, that means I'm not a priest anymore. And with that, he races away across the plains. Search the rubble. You search through the rubble, but find nothing of use. The plinth is now keen-deep in broken stone and pebble-sized rocks. Oh, I think this might be... No, I don't know. Take a pebble. You gather up a couple pebbles from the plinth, of the right size and shape to be useful in spells, but of the ancient temple's treasures and artifacts, there is nothing more to be had. Well, let's check out the well. You skirt around the collapsed building. Around the side of the ruin, you find an old well house. The well is an ancient mud brick structure. If it once had a cover, it has long since rotted. But the metal winch handle is still in place, and an old bucket on the rope hangs from it. Look in the bucket. You haul the bucket over the side of the well and look into it. It is quite empty. Clearly, this well has not been used in a very long time. Lower the bucket. With some effort, you get a handle of the well to turn and lower the bucket down the well shaft. Keep lowering. You lower the bucket all the way to the end of the rope. There is no splash from below. Seems the well is dry after all. Raise the bucket. Turn the old creaking handle, raising the bucket up to the shaft. Look into the bucket. A snake leaps out at you from inside, and you spring back just in time to avoid being bitten. The bucket falls to the ground, and the snake slithers out towards you, fangs bared. Is this one of the dreaded 7 serpents? It seems very small. Draw my sword. You draw your sword to skewer the creature. To attack heavy. It doesn't seem like it is. The yellow snake looms up from the bucket, spitting you with. You swing out carelessly, hoping to chop the creature in two, as it also shoots forward. Thick snake blood pours down your blade. Okay, let's attack with that amount. Oh, it hit me. I didn't expect it to be able to attack. Suddenly, the yellow snake is darting forward towards you. Poison drips from its needle-like teeth. You try to quick lunge, but it slithers aside, and your blade misses. It sends you backwards against the side of the well. The slithers across the ground. Attack heavy. You wait as the yellow snake turns, carelessly revealing its belly. Then you attack immediately. Risking all your weight, you lunge for the beast's neck. It slips away from beneath your blade. The snake is weakening. It hisses in the dirt. Block. You drop into a crouch. The yellow snake goes to strike you over you with its vicious tail, but you duck. You slip sideways as you stagger back. Attack heavy. Yes! You wait as the yellow snake turns, carelessly showing its belly, then you attack. You cleave the air with your blade. The snake hisses as it dies. 5 stamina. Let's continue. You return to the side of the well. Let's lower the bucket again. You lower the bucket all the way to the end of the rope. Climb into the well. You feel inside the edge of the well for handholds, but there are nothing. The stone edge of the wall are smooth, and the well itself is too bored to shimmy down. But you could always climb down the rope, of course. Climb down the rope. You stir your courage and swing your legs over the edge of the well. Regarding the darkness far below, the rope is old and probably rotten, and should it break, there is no way back up. Climb down. You hand over hand, you lower yourself into the ancient well shaft. I've got the medallion to bring myself back up, so I should be safe. You shimmy downwards into the darkness of the well. The sunlight at the lip has barely shrunk at all when the rope begins to groan and stretch under your weight. Down. You keep climbing down, and then the rope begins to spin. Finally, it is unraveling. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Then it snaps and you fall, hitting the bucket below. Saved! For a moment you think you are saved, but of course nothing is holding up the bucket. You fall into the depths of the well. When the bucket shatters, your neck goes with it. What is my fate? You have fallen to your death. Not saved. Okay. Oh, by doing this, I didn't have to fight the snake. Okay. I don't think there's anything here to do. Clearly, the well has nothing left to offer. You leave it behind. You leave a ancient building behind, then quite suddenly you find yourself violently coughing. A cough? You weren't coughing a moment ago. Of course, there is a lot dust in the air from the fallen temple. But then you cough again, and lifting your hand to your mouth, you notice two vivid yellow pimples on the back of your hand. The yellow plague. You stare at your hand. It is the yellow plague. Clearly the old man was infected and gave it to you when he hugged you in the cellar. There's nothing else for it. You struggle on across the plain, feeling yourself growing weak already. You march on. Don't suppose any of this stuff is cures. You walk on, the ground dropping a little. Another night begins. You need to rest. Sleeping out here would be ill-advised. You would be exposed to both elements and animals. You should keep moving. Let's go to this. You keep moving, ascending and descending. The sudden sound of voices to your right startles you. Look around. You spin round to see 7 hooded shapes, silhouetted against the dark. They form a circle, squatting on the ground, playing some sort of weird game, chanting in a curious tongue. Look at the figures. You rub your eyes into disbelief. The figure shimmers, and it seems you can see through them, and they were certainly not here a moment ago, before. One raises its head and stares straight at you, then calls to you by name. We have waited for you. Awaited you, it breathes. You must make good time to us. We are the 7 serpents. Come, join us. Approach them. Warily you approach. Who are these creatures? How do they know your name? Will they offer advice, or are they dangerous, as they skull mask's face suggests? The spirit rises from the ground as you approach, gliding silently through the air, passing through one another as they mingle and encircle you, linking hands. Caution is understandable, whispers a single voice, or 7 in tight unison, but fear is not. What are you? These bodies are not our natural bodies, merely shells, the voices declare. We cannot touch you. We cannot harm you. So what are your natural bodies? Long dead, whispers the voice. We died, learning a chant to protect you from harm. You must hear it. Tell me your chant. The spirit begins to turn and dance around you, chanting in whispering unison. But you cannot understand the words. Repeat, they hiss. Sing with us. Repeating the words in a language you cannot understand it is difficult. You try, but stumble over the first lines. Abril Madarbu. The chant begins. If anything goes bad, I could always go backwards. The chant begins again. This time you get a little further. Abro Madarbu Ar Afar Ar Cry. Another round, and this time you get further through, though you still do not know what you are chanting. Noe do lo mine. Silence is settling over the area, a strange, unnatural silence. Something is coming. You sing the chant in full, loud and more confidently. The cloud begins to churn in the sky. Then the loud cracks breaks the stillness as a bolt of lightning skewers the place where the 7 serpents stand. The light clears, and they have vanished. Where are you? You call. Show yourselves. There is no reply. Something like a clawed hand has hold of you and is pulling you towards the top of the low mound. The ground itself is transforming into a face. You are walking into its wide open smile. Struggle. You struggle and strain, but there is nothing to fight but the wind. Your heels score tracks in the dust. The force on you is like 100 invisible hands. Then you are above the wide open jaws of the face in the ground. This must be the holy ground of some dread spirit, long forgotten by the civilized people of the world, but you will not learn its name. You are not to be a follower. You are to be devoured. Strike back? You raise your sword to swing, but stumble back under the weight of it. Your arm seems unable to lift the blade, but no. Looking down, you see your legs are suddenly thin, and your hands are thin and bony. Reaching up to face you, find your hair is coming away in clumps and wrinkles are spreading over your skin. Your serpent face in the ground laughs. The jaws of time are inescapable, it roars. Cast a spell. You look up to the heavens, intending to cast a spell, but you cannot see the stars anymore. Your eyes have grown blurry and unfocused, and the night swims as if you were underwater. You tumble into the ground and hear the snap of your bones, and in your hip and pelvis give out. The serpent shifts closer. Ask for mercy. You open your mouth to cry out, and your teeth scatter to the ground. A moment later you cannot see. Another moment and you are nothing but a skeleton. What is your fate? You stare out through bone-dead eyes, cold, dry bones. You are nothing but cold bones, but then the wind drops once more. The clouds roll back. The steppes are clearing. You feel yourself becoming young once more, bones strengthening and skin tightening. Whatever was pulling you towards death has released its grip. You turn to see a gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. It leaves a strange trail as it flees, and the wind form of its movement knocks you to the ground. You stagger backwards, glad to be alive, and keen to leave this accursed place. Some more of the land is now shown. Okay, northeast. He set off across the steps with an easy stride, but the firm, dusty ground becomes spongy, and after a while you are no longer walking on firm ground, but rather striding between waist-high weeds in a deep and stench-filled marsh. The stars are flooding the sky. You approach the edge of the mountains and base of an old stone tower, carved from the cliff face itself. From the battlements of the tower protrudes a strange brass cylinder. Nestled between the stones is a large, closed wooden door. Knock on the door? You knock on the door. There is no reply. Okay, let's enter. You try the door to the tower. It is locked, but the wood is ancient and rotten, and could most likely be easily broken. Break down the door? You take a run up, then charge at the door, smashing straight through and tumbling to the floor inside the tower. You pick yourself up off the ground, only to find yourself staring into the snarling jaws of a wolfhound. It is clearly half mad with starvation. There is no time, and no choice but to fight. Attack! Sweet. 4 damage. The wolfhound creeps toward you across the flagstone, jaws dripping and fur shining wet. It will not listen to reason. You charge headlong. It bounds forward, only to run itself onto your blade, writhing and howling. As the wolfhound grows weak, its snarls get madder. Let's see, can I just do this? Oh, that was close. You turn your blade about for a wild blow. The strike catches him deep. As the wolfhound weakly opens its jaws to bite, you plunge your blade between its teeth and all the way down its heart. The wolfhound howls, and gurgling, blood-soaked sound that rings inside the tower, and then it dies. Flawless fighting. You wipe your broadsword and gasp for breath as you look around the room. The wide tower base is empty, except for a flight of spiral stairs leading up to a hatch in the ceiling overhead. Search the shadows. You try to ignore the smell of the wet blood that fills the chamber, and search the gloomy arches under the spiraling staircase. In a forgotten corner, you unearth 12 gold pieces and a strange mass of green fur. I'll take everything. Wow, that's a lot of money. You put the gold into your purse and the fur, which turns out to be a wig, into your pack. Time to leave this gloomy place. Cool. You clamber up the spiral stairs to the hatch, and go through onto the roof of the tower. The cool wind of the steps hits you full in the face, snatching your breath away. This tower stands on the slope of one of the horns themselves, looking out over the whole of the steps. In the top of the tower is another movable brass cylinder like the last one you saw, set with a blue crystal. There are powerful, unused stars here. Activate the beacon. You activate the beacon and sweeps into life. Just the beacon. Hmm. I
Showing you right.
Show me a small forest, looks like. Well, that turns into a well. Well, that's where this place used to be. Let's go to that. Okay. Okay, climb down. You climb down the stairs. Tower base. Time to move along. Whoops. Climb up the stairs. Climb down the stairs. Get some exercise. Go outside. The mountains to the east are impassable. The only way to walk is back across the rocks. Go west. You're walking through boggy marshland. A little light glows in the east. With each step, your boots sink, lowering you into mud. Let's see, I can possibly get around this by casting a spell. Not how. Let's see here. Well, no. That might be able to do it, but I should be able to do the other one. Bay could do it too. That's fall again. Okay, I can't find it. Let's do big. You craft the spell, quickly swelling to the height of a tree. The extra weight makes you sink further into the mud, but your longer stride should be able to keep you moving. You make giant strides on through mud. Okay, let's check out this well. You gain significant gold. +10. Entered the steps and caught the yellow plague. Looks like I'm taking damage. Gradually you shrink down to your normal size. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it. You feel ill. The plague is taking hold on you. You stumble upon a low, round structure. It is a mouth of a well. Okay, let's check my pouch. Maybe I have a cure? Essence of bark, compass, poison, no food, okay. Look into the well. You glance down the well. It disappears down into the darkness, and the air inside its mouth is cold. Toss a coin down the well. You toss a coin into the well. It falls for a few seconds, and then you hear a splash. Climb into the well. You consider climbing down into the well for a moment, but it seems bleak and uninviting in there. As you stand by the well side, you hear a scraping noise from within, and after a few minutes, two carved claws emerge from the opening, hooked onto either side of the well mouth. Something is pulling itself up. Stand back. As the figure pulls themselves up and out of the well, the two hooks are attached to ropes, which the creature winds up and hangs over their shoulder. Only they do not notice you, though they do not seem to be startled. "Greetings," you declare. The creature doffs its hat, rubbing a bruise on its head as it hands you back the stone you threw down the well. Then, without a further word, it turns and disappears away across the marsh. Make a move. Pray for a cure from plague. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to your goddess. Miraculously, the welts on your hand begin to fade, and you feel yourself getting stronger once more. Sweet. Northwest. The marshes give way to more solid, barren ground. A few clouds boil into the sky. Let's see, can I check out what this thing up here is? You fall into a steady pace as you walk, climbing slightly. The rising wind pulls at your hair and cloak. This is the eastern slope of the Badu Bak Ridge. The steppe stretches away from here. Cast a spell. Maybe I can climb up this and check out what this is. I don't remember if I did this or not. It doesn't have a red marker. Far? Not how. Heal disease? Well, that would have been needed if I... Oh, is it Zen? I believe it's Zen. There we go. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise it gently into the air. You rise a short way up at the rock chimney, but the whole ascent is a long way. Keep going up. The spell carries you high, and without incident or weakening, you land gently on the mountaintop. Cool. Your weight returns to your turns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. This was once, perhaps, the cone of a volcano. Now it is wide, dusty stone bowl, but it is not empty. In the center stands a circular dwelling with a steeply pitched canvas roof, not floor. Look at the chimney. Looking more closely at the chimney in the rock, you notice a faint purple aura surrounding some of the stone near the top, and a few faint purple glows further down. Perhaps there is some enchantment on this flue, or perhaps it is simply a color the owner of the hut enjoys. Cold wind claws at your skin. Let's see what happens when I click make a move. The wind whistles across the top of the mountain. The hut? You approach the hut. Its walls are made of painted wooden planks, well set into the rock below. This is no temporary shack or traveler's tent. A little thin smoke is rising from the stack. Knock on the hut door. You approach the door and knock. From the inside, a wizened voice calls, "You're late!" A few loose stones tumble over the sheer drop to the east and disappear. Enter the hut. Intrigued by the voice's words, you open the door and step inside the low hut. Inside the hut, your vision is lost in gloomy darkness. "Let us suppose," a croaking voice declares, "that I am a sorcerer and you are a sorcerer too. Do you know which of us is more powerful?" "There's no contest," you declare. "It is I." "Just so," replies the voice. A moment later, there is a snatch of music, and suddenly your legs and arms jerk upwards, then fall still. What was that? There is another burst of magic, and your legs begin to kick and pirouette around you. You are dancing. Stand still. You try to hold your body still, but it is useless. It is not that your limbs are under external control, but rather the compulsion to dance. This is Jig, the casting Jig. Like the compulsion to sneeze, it is strong. You cannot resist for a moment, more than a moment. I see you are not powerful enough to counter that, the voice remarks. The music stops and you collapse into a nearby chair. I know the spell. You hear the speaker rise and approach. A wizened, closed hand is offered. Welcome. I mean you no harm, as you can tell by my advanced age. Shake the hand, expecting a trick, but none comes. Gentle light is filling the hut, and you can now see the sorceress, a woman so ancient that her features are lost within a mess of wrinkles. She smiles as you look at her. It could be anybody under all these years, could it? I not, she remarks. Who are you? She smiles. My name is Briar. I am the sorceress once of High Jaman, though I left that place some time ago. You are welcome. You're from High Jaman? I trained in the fortress, as all the true sorceresses of this land do. She nods. You are worried, but please, the Archmage of the fortress was not always as he is now. Ask about the Archmage? Can you tell me of the Archmage? You begin. She nods. Imagine, if you will, a country of great peace and prosperity, ruled over by a group of wise and powerful sorceresses and sorcerers. They tended the fields, managed the weather, and healed the sick. They chose their leader by an arcane process. Any child from the land might become that leader, and be taught their role from an early age. What of the crowns? He demanded. The crown of kings? A powerful thing, certainly, but nothing against a fortress of sorcerers working in concert. The crown was given to human kingdoms to let them build themselves self-governed. She sighs. Imagine the Archmage as a peacemaker, teacher, but also a thinker, discoverer of many secrets of the stars. He looked too far, this Archmage. What do you mean? You continue. I was his farseer, she says. He asked me to see further, deeper, than anyone had seen before. He sought to protect the land, so I looked 1,000 years ahead. But I will not tell you what I saw. It did no good to me, to him, nor to me. She gestured you to sit down and takes a seat herself. Hello. Sweet, thank you for stopping by. Can I ask about her? I'm doing well. How you doing? Just been playing some sorcery for a little while. Making some progress, I think. Tell me more about yourself, you ask. She seems almost to blush. Ancient veins lighten up for a moment like a blown coal. There is a little more to know. I live in the fortress for most of my life, but came here in my old age. Yes, I am reading it. The old woman stands suddenly and goes over to a side table. Tea? Thank you. She nods and boils a pan of water by holding it between her palms for a moment. She drops a pat of goat butter in and stirs it around, then pours out 2 ceramic cups. Oh dang, I hope you feel better.
Feel quick.
Yeah, help quick. Oh, it's just a sprain, okay.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad. I hope it heals up nice and well and you can play. Okay, let's see. She drops? Yes, okay, I'll drink mine. You lift the cup to your lips and drink deep. It is warm and rich and refreshing. I could ask if she plays Swindlestones. I'm a bit curious. Do you play Swindlestones? I would when she answers flatly. It would be a waste of time. She winces suddenly. Hot tea is dripping from a crack in her cup. Cheap powdery rubbish, she grumbles, taking up a small pot of glue from a box and preparing it. She leaves the glue pot on the table. Ask about the 7 serpents. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask? Nice. Yeah, like St. Patrick's Day too. It's pretty cool. They are Archmage servants, she replies, but even they cannot travel the Bachlands without falling foul of its terrible curse. I see that you search for them. Do you know where they are? You ask. I have seen a few things, she answers. Earth Serpent lies in wait in the fissure near Great Lake Ikalala, and the Serpent of Time, he is the worst of the 7, swift, and all but indestructible. Does he have a weakness? You ask. He does, though I do not know it. It is a secret known only to the marsh goblins. If you can find them. Oh, I have a note. I got a note from the marsh goblins. You think back to the marsh goblins you killed on entering the Bachlands, but you could not have known them to ask him. You thank her. She stands. And that's not the goblin I was thinking. I am tiring of you. You should go, she says bluntly. But first she raises a finger and points. One more thing, the woman adds. If you are traveling of high Jamin to face the Archmage, hadn't you best know a little of the higher functions of magic? You speak of countering? Good, you know it. She smiles. It can take a lifetime to discover the pairings and to master them. But I can show you something simple. She raises a finger adorned with a wide collection of rings, one made of green metal, beginnings to pulse. but she does not fire right right away. She is giving you a moment to react. Okay. On your channel? What do I do? What do I do? You demand. Counter my spell of teleportation, she insists. I have already given you the clue as to what spell you need. Her ring burns with a green light. You have mere moments. Cast a spell. I have no idea what spell I need to use here. Counter spell of teleportation? Don't have any of those. Well, if I grab the vial of glue, I could have that cast. You snatch the pot of glue from the table, then cast your spell across it, pouring the liquid over your own feet. You feel it binding your boots to the floor. The sorceress smiles as she completes her spell, firing at you with her green ringed finger. What is my fate? Oh, I thought I died for a second there. You stare at her magic in the face, but nothing happens. Briar the sorcerer nods. Very good. Every magic has a counter's magic. The spell of gluing is negated by that of teleportation. Your own spell has evaporated as well. Your boots move freely once more. Prepare yourself, Briar declares. She shows you an open palm filled with rock dust. Okay, let's see. Can I counter this one with something? I don't know if I can. Jake? Don't have a bamboo. Let's do that one. Dim? You weave the constellation into a pattern around you, hoping to owl the sorcerer into confusion. It does no good. The witch tosses her rock dust over you and begins to wind her spell. I fear this may hurt, she remarks, but if it is any consolation, you will make an excellent addition to my statue garden. Well, that didn't work. Huff, let's try that. You cast the enchantment, pulling out the Galahorn, intending to blow the rock dust away, but you cannot complete the spell fast enough. Briar's spell takes hold. You feel yourself stiffening up, as though drying out after a swim. Your skin becomes taut, and your eyes fixed to a stare. You feel suddenly terribly cold. You have been turned to stone. Oh, she killed me. Rewind. Rewound the whole thing. And a spell? Okay. Shake her hand. I'll try to do the same stuff. What's a beta community page? Haven't heard of it. You know where they are? Does he have a weakness? Thank you. So is it kind of like free advertising? Once you get to 500 subscribers, or is it for the community thing on YouTube? Okay, let's see. I'll do Swimstones. You speak of countering? Okay, what does she do? Cast a spell? Let's cast the glue again. Gum, yes. Cast. How do I use it? Are you talking about the... Like I could post things in next to live and playlists? Okay, I think I know the counter to this spell. Huff. But you... Okay, so that didn't work. I'll say I do not know the counterspell. You declare hurriedly. Then you must think gravely, she replies. Act fast and fast. Oh, she's gonna turn me to stone again. Don't have that. Don't. I already tried that once. Ooh, wall. Create invisible wall. You cast the enchantment hoping to defend yourself with the barrier. But though you cannot, you complete the spell, it makes no difference. Her spell takes hold, You feel yourself stiffening up as though dry out after a swim. Your skin becomes taut, and your eyes fix into a stare. You feel terribly cold. So I'm gonna have to do this event until I get right. Oh, yes. Okay. So trying to get more interaction by using that. Not a bad idea. Okay, I'm gonna still try and get the same answers. I think we'll be able to get the hang of it. Thank you for the tips. Like, we'll be able to just do what we have been, like, using the same stuff we do for... what was I saying? Links and stuff. Okay. Okay, wear the crown. You stole it. Ask about the serpents. Do you know where they are? Does he have a weakness? Thank you. In some ways, they do something like that too, like they try and give you tips. But it's not as useful, I suppose. There's one little flaw, I think, is you can't do certain actions. Like, I would love to be able to have sections. Like, just write down what the section was. And you can't do that until you're at 1,000. I'm guessing there's also other stuff as well. Yeah, sections. Okay, cast a spell. This one is gum. I thought I clicked gum. What's going on? There we go. Let's ask her to stop. Please hold your hand, you beg. Briar watches you for a moment, then finally nods. Very well. You must learn another way. She points toward the door, clearing the gathered starlight of her enchantment. Be gone. Cool. So I learned some stuff, and I got out of that encounter. I was kind of worried I might not be able to do anything. You're back outside the hut. Chill wind sliced at your cloak. Make a move. A few stones clatter away over the eastern slope. I didn't expect two serpents in the same area. So my plan now is to go to this tower, teleport over here, I think, and try to move the tower over here, I think. That's probably why that the tower can see through the mountains. I'm guessing there's something over there to do. You head back over the mountain pass. There is a strong and generous magic here, as often occurs high up. Okay, make a move. Smoke pulses from the hut. You head back down the hillside. The slopes. The slope is windswept. You trudge onwards. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. The path quickly leads into an area of light forest, which covers the hillside with light shade. Animals scurry through the underground and birds fly overhead. It brims with life. From up ahead, you hear a repetitive beating sound. Listen. The noise is louder and regular, and accompanied by the occasional cry. It seems to be coming from somewhere close, a little way to the north. Okay, let's force for some ingredients. You ignore the sound for a moment and leave the path for a few steps, pushing through the underground and scurrying for fruit or roots that might be edible. Eventually you find a small plant with bright purple berries. Taste the berry? You pick a single berry and place it in your mouth. The taste is bitter and sour. Let's not have 'em. You spit the berry out, leaving a blue mark where it hits a tree root. Okay, let's leave 'em. You leave the berries and cannot afford to risk your health on such things. You push on through the trees, using the beating noise to cover the sound of your footsteps. Well, let's go further and see what the sound is. You leave the main path to follow the sound. The sun disappears from view as you step into the trees. On all sides, the ancient forest looms up. Heat beats down from the cloudless sky. You follow the sound of blows through the trees until you come across the clearing. Thick with knotted grass, on the far side, stands a tall, weary creature who wields an enormous axe. Whatever it is, it has not yet seen you. His attention seems to be focused on a nearby tree. Watch. You stop and watch as the creature raises an axe high, and then swings it into the bark of a nearby tree. It is a woodsman, a tall, bent creature with eyes on stalks and long, pliable arms that it uses to swing between tree branches. By one tree is discarded water gourd presumably belonging to the creature. Approach the creature. "Greetings!" you cry. Striding out to the clearing, the creature turns to face you, swinging the axe carelessly onto its shoulder. It looks you up and down with prehensile eyes. "Who are you?" "I'm a traveler." "Ugh," the creature replies. The creature replies in a deep, nasal grunt. "And what are you?" it asks. When you are a little closer, and it can focus on you clearly, reacting down as it speaks to pick up the wargourd and sling it about its neck. "I am a human?" "Like the wizard," the creature replies, nodding. "I should have guessed. Even if you do have less hair on your face, hard to tell humans apart." "I am also a wizard," we reply. The creature looks confused. "I don't see the connection," it says. "You have a sword?" The wizard feeds me nuts. That's very different. Hmm. But I control magic. The creature's blank expression doesn't shift. "Tell me about the 7 serpents." The creature frowns. "I don't know anything about serpents," it says. "I know about beetles." As though on cue, a small insect crawls out on the bark on half-cut tree, and the creature scoops it up with its tongue. That's good. Very, very good. Are the berries around here safe? You ask. The woodsman peer as though as you through heavily knotted eyes. What are you? A sorcerer. The woodsman shrugs. Don't know about sorcerers. Can never tell. What are you doing here? You ask. The creature regards the tree stump next to it. It was cutting down a tree, it replies. I was cutting down a tree, it replies. That's what I was doing. The woodsman lifts his axe once more. This tree won't cut itself, he declares. So get out of the way so it can fall where it wants to. He begins to chop the wood once more. You nod farewell and turn to leave the clearing. Oh, it claws. If you don't go to see the wizard, it says, watch your back. Okay. Didn't really get a whole lot there. You walk back through the trees and rejoin the main path. The tree echo with the bird song. What's that going to give me another chance to forage? Okay. Head downhill. You follow an old road slowly. The sun begins to lower in the sky. The east-west road into the mountains branches north here. In the elbow of the junction is a small stone idol. Look at the idol. You pause to look down at the idol, which was definitely not here before. The stone appears to be carved into the shape of an iguana. It stands upright on its tail, fingers splayed. Pictograph in the old hand is written beneath. Read the pictograph. The pictograph reads Sorceress. The finger of the gecko you notice are pointing eastward to the mountainside. Touch the idol? You pause to touch the idol, but receive no particular blessing from it. Perhaps its purpose is merely to inform. You continue to walk. Okay. I didn't see that before. You are now walking across scattered rocks. The evening is drawing in. Soon it will be dark. Once again you see the distinctive fishtail rock sticking up from the earth, but there is no sign of Shadrach the Hermit. The fire outside the cave has burned down to black embers. Call for Shadrach. You try to call out for Shadrach once more, but nothing more happens. Wherever he is, whenever he is, it seems he has moved on. You stride onwards. Okay. You make your way over the grass-covered rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can and scrambling the rest of the way. Clouds begin to tumble across the darkening sky. The dusty plains have been transformed to fields, though the grass here is littered with rocks and that have tumbled down from the mountain range to the east. From somewhere close at hand, a strange whistling noise catches your attention. Look for the sound. The sound is coming from the other side of the large rock. It seems steady enough. The sound of ever-running wind. Peer around the rock. Oh, I got this event. I was looking for this event last time. I think I'll choose the same things I did. Yes, look at the air funnel. Suddenly, from somewhere above you, you hear a voice. Outlander, bring a message. Look up. I bring a message from Shadrach the Hermit. What message? He's about to jump. Okay, let's do wait. Okay, cast a spell. Cast the same spell if I can remember. No. The one that slows down time. No. There we go. Got that? Thank you, he breathes. What is this thing? I don't know, you answer honestly, but it doesn't not look safe. The boy chuckles, clearly untroubled by how close he came to being sucked into a whirl. Sajak told me everything. He said he checks things off on his fingers as he speaks. The fire serpent doesn't like sand. The water serpent doesn't like oil. And the moon serpent, the boy racks his brains, dislikes the light, you suggest? He is scared of fire, the boy replies. There are strange beasts, these serpents. I say thank you. You reply. And with that he is gone, running away out of sight into the mist of the plain. Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's been nice. Okay, let's go here. I should be able to teleport to the other locations. Climb up. Okay, let's look at the map, if I can. So I want to teleport to... Oh, probably just that one right there. So I can cross the bridge. Oh no, I wanted to teleport to that one first. I forgot. Touch the blue crystal. That one, yes. Then adjust the beam. I don't know if it's worth doing that. Okay, well, let's do that. It might help me out. Hold on, I wanted to do that spot there. Okay, touch the blue crystal. I think that changed it. Cool. Okay, that one there. I just noticed, I believe that's the area where Sajak is. So maybe very close to him. Okay, let's leave the tower. Move east. I believe somebody mentioned that there was the moon serpent is on the bridge. Or it might be near the bridge, I don't know. But I better be ready for that one. You walk on across the waste until you meet the edge of an old road. The moon sets. More stars appear. The road winds upwards from here into the mountains, pausing in a plateau about halfway up. East. You begin to make your way up the mountainside. The cold night lingers on. The slopes of the mountain burst into sudden color. Ropes slung with prayer flags of all colors crisscross overhead. Let's just keep walking. They are tiring from walking overnight, but there is no place to stop. Don't let me suck that one. Oh, that may be why. It was because the time is changing. You met Briar the sorceress. You climb down the mountain and join the old road. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You have been awake all night and are weaker for it. Suddenly, the ground beneath you rumbles and begins to slide into itself. There is no time for a spell. Your arms are wide, trying to maintain balance. With Rolf swoops to your aid. The ground is my concern, she reassures you, as the earth tumbles away, except for beneath your feet. But she does not stop the thing that is coming up to meet you. What is it? It is a Badu beetle. Okay, draw my sword. Call up bounce. Your sword is still in your sheath. As you fumble to draw it, the beetle swipes with its wide mandibles, catching you deeply in one arm. Blood drips into the dust and down your blade as you pull free. Okay, let's fight. Just hit heavy. Sweet, 4 damage. The body beetle turns about on the spot, as though it has lost track of you for a moment. Then it skulls forward, jaws crisscrossed. You raise your sword and aim to bury the blade deep, and land a powerful blow. The blade does not even seem to flinch as a chunk of its flesh hits the ground. The beetle's long claws stretch. Its attack with all I have. Oh, just barely. You follow up quickly before you lose ground. You aim a blow for its bug eyes. The Badu beetle is wide open as it stretches its arms for you. You cleave a deep gash that oozes green blood. The Badu beetle bug stumbles and its jaws stretch wide in rage. It stiffens and then rears up. It's block. You drop back, raising your sword to protect your body as much as possible. The bottle beetle swipes at you indifferently. It skulls backwards. Let's hit slightly heavy. Okay. The creature's arms are as long as spears, but then you see an opportunity. You chop its leg as the beetle hunkers low. The bottle beetle staggers, losing its balance, and sculling sideways several steps. Let's block. Okay, now it's hit heavy. You circle away from the bottle beetle. It lunges, striking with its long arms. Its hooked claws seem to grow as they reach for you. Oh, good. You prepare your sword, you swing hard, then your blade lands deep. You cut again, twist, and the bottle beetle collapses on the dust. 2 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. You collapse back, gasping for breath. Move on. Okay, let's hope this works. You begin to make your way up the mountainside, and the air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. From the middle distance, a curious sound reaches your ear. Stop and listen. The sound is some kind of screech, quiet and close at hand, but the mountainside is barren and there is nothing that could be causing that sound. Go closer. You stride forward towards the noise. Then something appears that makes you hold your pace. Hanging in midair are a pair of disembodied eyes staring right at you. Stare back. You stare back at the eyes. There is something behind them, some kind of thought or intelligence. And the more you stare, the more you understand. The screeching noise is very loud. Whatever is causing it must be very close at hand. Listen. You cock your head and listen to the sound, hoping to place it, but it does nothing to whittle its way into your mind, as though it might be driving you mad. The sound becomes a high-pitched, mocking laugh. Draw my sword. You draw your sword, expecting attack. A fearful shape begins to form. A dark, cowled creature with a skull-like head. It beckons with a single bony finger. Approach. You approach cautiously. The apparition appears to be a death wraith, a powerful undead creature. As you step near, it opens its arms wide to clasp you. Let's see, what can we cast here? I don't think I can deal with this creature. Don't have any silver. Whoops. What's this one? Talk all languages? Well, let's see what happens. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you pull it on your head and weave your spell. The dark wraith is still groaning and laughing, but somehow it seems unaffected by your spell. Though you strain your ears, you cannot make out any real words at all. You pull the wig from your head again. Okay. Suppose I can't talk to him. Okay, shield. Don't think that'll work. Probably not. Even if I could, I don't think that would work. No. Well, let's try it. You cast the enchantment, reaching out with your spell of befuddlement. Something happens, and the dark wraith begins to shimmer out of existence, to be replaced by a figure of a balding old man. Darn you, he scolds. The magic of stupidity counters the pattern of illusion. But that's the only spell I have, I swear. He shakes a fist. You've learned a new counterspell. Sweet. That's a good thing to know. You're a sorcerer? You demand, with some surprise. No, he whimpers. No, I'm not. You've seen all I know. The creature does not take his arms from over his head. Now please, leave Renfren alone. He never does any harm. Just a little merriment is all. How did you learn of this illusion, you demand? From a traveler, he replies. Still bowing and scraping the ground. Oops. scraping the ground as he talks. She traded me a bracelet of bone for some food. She was starving to death. Trying to get to Mampang, she said. I don't think she was going to make it. She was so hungry. She showed me how it was done. I mean you no harm, you declare, shaking your head. Which is more than could be said for you. The man squirms with self-pity. Of course, he pleads. I should have known better when I saw you. I thought. You're a warrior, you're a wizard. I could tell. And yet you tried to trick me? From his pocket he produces a spiked metal disc and a yellow vial of power. Take 'em, he begs. What's in the vial? You ask. I don't know what the powder is, he says. I just like the color. Let's see at the clues. I think the clues... Spiked metal disc. I don't know what that would mean. Let's see, clues. I think one of the things is something about powder. Okay, that's the weaknesses. The water serpent weakness is oil. The earth becomes weakened when it loses contact with ground. Right, and Throff is going to help me out with that one. The fire serpent is following me. Right. Okay, air serpent. Oh, the fire. Okay, he's sand. I have that. Air serpent leaves its body as the gas. Its body is vulnerable. That's probably the horn. I could use the horn against that one. That's fire. Marsh goblins know the weakness. Huh. Well, I'll take the powder. I think it could help. You lift the vial for yellow powder to the light as you take it. It is a fine, grainy powder, the color of unchaffed wheat or pus. I want to take the dust too. You take the medicine. Thank you, Friend replies, bowing his head almost to the dust. What do you know of the seven serpents? You ask. The man's eyes open wide. The seven serpents? He nods violently. Oh yes, of course. I know the seven. I know the serpents. I know all of them. All seven. What can you tell me about them? Oh, he replies vaguely, waving a hand skywards. You know, they fly around, don't they? So they have wings? Most of them do, he agrees. 4 of them, maybe 5. What else do you know? He demands. Nothing, he says flatly. I don't know nothing. I mean, I don't know any more than nothing. Nothing's what I know. He changes his tactics and seals his lips. Tell me how you conjured the death wraith, he demands. He shrugs. Oh, it's just a thing I learned to do. It's all smoke and mirrors, you know. And show me your mirrors. Of course, he replies. You step back a little and I'll show you my apparatus. It's in the ground, you see. Step back. You step a few paces back. He looks at you. Then a moment, then waves a hand a few steps further. Do you step back a few steps further? You step another pace back. That's good, Friend shouts. He moves to one side, putting a low boulder between you and him. Then he starts running. As fast as his legs will carry him. Now just let him go. You let him go. He's not worth wasting your energy on. You turn your attention to the path ahead. He's not letting me go up there. Maybe it's the thing here. I gotta move the telescope. This is where the body beetle attacked you. Move on. Just move this a little more to the right. Maybe that's what's the problem. Turn inside. Base of the tower. Okay, climb up. Just the beam. There. Now it should be able to do what it needs to do. Make a move. Oops. Okay, leave. These lands are not safe. Look around. You pause to look around. What is so special about this place? Warrants the decoration. Look around the rocks. You scout around the rocks and crevices at the edge of the path, but nothing in particular. Look at the flags. You look at the flags, which cross and recross the path, suspended from tall wooden poles set into the earth. It must have taken the effort of several people to erect this place. But what for? The lines of flags form a triangle, with one corner higher up the mountain and two on either side of the path. The flags flap and rustle in the breeze. Investigate the top corner. You trace the flag up the slope, clambering over the rocks until you reach a pole set higher up to which several lines are tied. The pole is carved with symbol of an open eye. Touch the symbol? You touch the symbol of the open eye, but it is just wood. Nothing happens. Rejoin the path. Investigate the bottom corners. You follow the flag to the bottom left corner, where several lines converge on a single pole. This pole is also carved, with symbols of a circle in which is a single closed eye. The pole on the other side of the path is identical. Touch the symbol. You touch the symbol of the closed eye. Nothing happens, but you feel suddenly concerned, as though the sky above had split open and great presence was watching you. Look up at the sky. I just got the trophy. You are empty. You turn your head to the heavens and have then sudden giddying feeling that you are falling upwards through the clouds and into the stars and the depths of the very night. But your body has not moved, and only a weight has been lifted from your shoulders. The booming voice of Throth grows quiet. In its place there is nothing only silence. You snatch back your hand, and curious sensation disappears instantly. Touch the symbol? You touch the symbol of the closed eye once more. Nothing happens this time. You lift your hand away. Look elsewhere. You scramble back to the track. What happens if I investigate the top corner again? You clamber back to the top hole with the symbol of the open eye. You touch the symbol? You touch the symbol of the open eye. With a sudden rush, you feel your soul feeling as though your mouth has had open and a steam has poured in. Suddenly, walking by your side is the gorilla. You stumble back to the path. Huh? I'm confused. I don't want the gorilla, so I think I'm gonna go backwards, but let me investigate the bomb cars again. Touch the symbol. Beside you, the gorilla is strong as present as ever. Okay. Okay, I'm back with Love. I think I'm just gonna move forward. There's nothing here. You turn your attention to the path. It's not letting me go forward. Up the hill. Even though there's that flag.
You need to have a beacon pointing at.
That's what I have right here. I even have this one also pointing up here too. It's got a blue flag there too. Let's try to... Not this top one here. Let's go over here. Cross the plains. You scramble back down the slope to the rocks. The sun has almost set and the sky has turned a deep purple. Soon it will be dark. Sitting in the low rocks and humming to himself is a dwarf. Over his shoulder is a cloth string bag. Greet him. Greetings, stranger, you hail, striding towards him. The dwarf peers back. And what are you? He demands. Are you here to rob me? You need not fear me. Do you reassure him? Huh, he replies, non-committal. As he talks, he slings his bag onto his lap and opens it up. From inside he removes a chunk of heavy, blackened bread. You want some? He asks. What's your price? He replies suspiciously. The dwarf laughs. Price? What good is price out here? You see any merchants? You see any stalls for trading? This place is dead as they come. Can't teach gold. I suppose not. He waves the bread at you again. So? Thank you. You sit down on the rock close by the dwarf, and he hands you a chunk of bread. It is stale and dry, but provides some nourishment to stave off the worst of your hunger. What's your name? Mist, he replies. Stupid name for a dwarf. Dwarves have names like Gutter Pace, not names like Mist. But my parents thought they were something different, didn't they? He spits. What are you doing out here? You ask. Looking about, hoping for better. The dwarf eats his bread as he answers. Have you been to Dwarf Town in Care? It's a hole I wanted to break off on my own, get away from all the fighting. The dwarf cast a quick, worried look behind him, up the mountain slope. Are you being chased? I hope not, he shivers. I tell you this, there's something evil at the top. A serpent? He shakes his head. I had no idea, and I don't want to know. But whatever it is, it blots out the sun. Is there a way across the mountains? You ask. I've been wandering this plain for 2 months, the dwarf answers. Ever since I left Care, I have not found one yet. Oh, so I probably need equipment to be able to go up. Do you play Mind Stones? You ask, taking out the dice. The dwarf nods. I'll play all right, but I won't stake anything. I've got nothing to lose. I think I'll play one game. That seems fair. The dwarf hands you the dice and waves at you to bid. You can learn useful information during Swindle Stones. What do you know of the Seven Serpents? Seven Serpents? I've never heard of them. If you are walking these lands, you must have seen them. I've seen snakes, hundreds of snakes, some of them big. Where's the biggest you saw? Once I climbed the Badu Bak Ridge, there was something up there. White winds. Hmm. Humph. So what are you doing out here? What's your shop story? I'm lost. This is a poor land in which to travel. I have no choice. Good that one of us will. The round is mine. Do you know the weaknesses of any of the serpents? I told you I know nothing about any of these serpents. You must know something. I heard things on the wind all the time. There was nothing I could do there. Have you been to Care? Then... you've been to Care, then... Have you? I just came from Care. Through the North Gate? Let's call. Only one for yes. Let's call. Oh, he had that. So he went around. I've seen you before, I think. In Care, no doubt. I'm sure I've a terrible memory for faces, but yours I remember. I think you have a terrible memory for faces. Okay, let's say 1, 1. Wow. Probably should set my number. Oh, well, now I have 1. Only 1 3. The round is yours. You flick the dwarf's final die off the ground with a grin. I win, you tell him. The dwarf curses. Good thing we didn't take steak, he grumbles. Would have made things even worse. The dwarf gets to his feet. I'd better be moving on, he replies. Can't stay out here forever. Might travel together. He screws up his nose at that. My rations last twice as long without you, friend, he answers. You can head out and starve on your own. Okay, then farewell. Very well, you nod. Be well. And you continue for a walk. Oh, I just saw the serpent. So it's on this path. The climb is uneventful and the slopes are silent. Okay. Well, I figured out lots and lots of stuff. I think I need some climbing gear, maybe, to go up this. Anyways, thank you for watching. Please leave a like and subscribe and comment down below about what you think of my choices. I've done many things. And I'll see you later. Good night.